I remember I was here, right, talking about, and, so we'll send it just up there, if you call me, right, that's true, we was talking about this, right? I passed it along, so they took this, like, go right on it.
List for that, and there have been probably
Yes.
Yes.
Are you doing the proclamation for?
And I said something really
Yes. Oh, I just brought pictures.
come up with any excuse not to have to come. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if we could please have a few moments of silence for Cookie Romo Reyes. Seated. Are there any announcements or written communications?
If we could do roll call. Real
Oh,
quick.
okay.
Councilmember De La Rosa? Here. Councilmember LaBelle?
Here.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ponce?
Here.
Mayor Marshall?
I think I'm here. Okay. Are there any announcements or written communications?
City staff received through written communications regarding item 6, CPUC draft resolution T-17934. Copies have been distributed to City Council and is on file in the City Clerk's office.
Thank you. Department head reports.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. Jackie Cordero, Public Works Director. Over the past couple of weeks, the Public Works crew has completed a variety of routine maintenance projects. Like they've been working really hard. Continuing street markings, I know I've been saying that for a while, but they're still doing that. Irrigation repairs, landscape work, pressure washing. We did a lot of work leading up to the concert, the ABBA concert, which I think really helped. Restroom plumbing repairs, park maintenance, and cemetery services. The crew also assisted with mole core drilling, saltwater leak at the trailhead, Metropole excavation project, and the JMF turf maintenance. They continue to repair trip and falls, installing finishing touches to the maintenance yard gate and fence, and installing guardrail on Lower Terrace. The Public Works leadership team will be managing a couple of projects in the next month. Early October, we will have our annual tree trimming. More to come at next council meeting. I'll be presenting a staff report on that. Best contracting service will be out this month, starting on the 2 roofing projects we've been talking about, the lab roof at the wastewater treatment plant and the casino restroom showers roof. Any questions?
I just have a question on the tree trimming, and I believe I mentioned it to you that there might be someone that's willing to pay for the removal of those 80, 60, 80-foot palm trees downtown that really don't provide shade. And I think you said you might have the arborist or something look at those.
Oh, the palm trees on Front Street, the really tall ones.
So we're just
Yes.
a little bit on the top.
Yes, we did get the assessment back. I haven't reviewed everything that the arborist assessed. That person did a ton, and it's all documented and entered into our GIS, which is great. So it gives a condition, if it needs to be removed, what year it should be removed, all of that good stuff. So I haven't looked at those, but we will address them. They will be trimmed like normal, like every year we do that. And if it needs to be replaced, it will be replaced.
Again, they're just a stick in the air, so I don't see any value to them
Yeah.
in terms of that. So if we could have somebody pay for planting of new kinds of trees that would work better, provide shade, and it might be kind of nice.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
No.
Did you get a chance to talk to the city manager about the no rental golf carts or no e-bikes up on East Whitley?
Do you want me to?
We did. We have talked about that. We have to work with the sheriffs and also talk about whether or not that's something we can legally enforce. But yeah, I think there's certainly signage.
There's one sign up there that says no rental golf carts, and then the rest is what the neighbors have made.
Yeah, I think, and that's part of what I'm going to talk about tonight is with code, we're kind of focusing on Whitley right now to try to take care of some things, but we're going to look at getting some signage up there. Yep.
And Jackie, did the asphalt arrive a couple months ago? I wasn't sure if I wrote that incorrectly on my notes, or are we going to start working on that?
The asphalt, the pilot program that I have a PO waiting for signature from Dave on that one. I think we're going to talk it through, but yeah.
Dave,
It's an,
What is that regarding?
the asphalt?
asphalt.
where?
Yeah, and start doing the roads.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was on the next year's calendar or something, but,
Well, on Sumner, you're talking about the Sumner. Yeah.
oh, just Sumner. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, which is the pilot program because we're doing it's type 2 asphalt, which is different than we used in the past. So we want to see what it looks like before we actually do the whole
The whole
town.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Staff. Michael Allegria, Fire Chief. In August, we had 143 total calls, 79 medical, 63 other. As of 4 o'clock, we were at 914 for the year.
Wow.
The Zone Zero law passed a few weeks ago, so we'll get some more info on that out soon to you guys about the things around the house, but it's a 3 to 5 year implementation. And then remind everyone, casino 8 a.m. on 9/11 and the station at 11. And then just as a heads up, the Catalina Island Health is redoing their CT machine. They're updating the guts of the inside. So for those 2 weeks, instead of having to fly everybody over, they're bringing over a temporary trailer that's going to be just past the driveway. So we're going to lose some parking for a week and a half or so at the school, but we've been in contact with them. But so we have a CT machine. We'll have traffic control, but for about a week and a half, we'll have someone there with that trailer. But that way we don't have to fly everybody. It's going to be emergency use only, but we're working with them on that.
And it'll be on that side?
It'll be on the
clinic
right-hand side going up.
Okay, excellent. Good. Questions, comments? Nope.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Staff, Kevin Schmidt, Harbor Master. Hope everybody had a terrific Tuesday. Right now in the harbor, our biggest focus is forecast weather for the weekend. So I'm sure some of you may have heard there's a south swell forecast for Labor Day. So luckily right now it's improving. The forecast has improved between last night and this morning. Tomorrow, we've already started, but tomorrow, the next Thursday, you'll see us doing some stuff in the harbor preparing for that potential south swell. So keep our fingers crossed, watching the weather and trying to keep everybody informed of what's going on. So the yacht club, just as a heads up, is having their end of season ceremony on Saturday, regardless of south swelling. even with the weather forecast, we expect to have a very busy weekend. Again, Labor Day, kind of the symbolic, end of summer. But we're still going to be busy. The outrigger race is the following weekend. That brings in a lot of boats. So we got a fishing tournament, the Warriors on water. So summer's not quite over in the harbor. Stats wise, for August of this year, we ended up with 2,352 arrivals, 9,130 mooring nights. Compared to last August, we had more arrivals this year, but just slightly fewer total mooring nights. So, but very close. Stats wise, since our last get together, we've had 3 sites, 4 medicals, 38 enforcement calls, 3 LASD assists, 99 public assists, and 3 Coast Guard assists. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed council members, and city staff. I'm Sergeant Terry Blaylock of the Avalon Sheriff Station.
If it were you,
the operations.
just speak up just a little bit more. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'll give you the stats for the month of August. Deputies logged over 589 log entries, 397 observations, 188 calls for service. They conducted 12 traffic stops, 8 ped stops, 6 citations were issued, 14 warnings were given, and 3 parking citations. Recently, we've had a few incidents that have been reported to our department. One ending in an arrest that was at 125 Metropole Avenue. It was a domestic violence situation where the victim sustained some significant injuries to her face. The suspect was placed under arrest and was booked at our station and later bonded out. Also, deputies responded to a assault with a deadly weapon call. That was on this past Sunday, and that was on Sumner Avenue at one of the local bars. Apparently there was a melee, and during the course, we identified at least 3 suspects that were involved and 6 victims. One of the victims sustained injuries to their ear, and the charges that are going to be pending is going to be assault with a deadly weapon, battery, and mayhem.
Are those locals or visitors?
Combination of both.
Okay.
Next, we did have a report of a battery that occurred. It initially came out as a domestic violence that occurred right in the waterway, but it later determined through further investigation that it was just an assault, and the victim is no longer desirous of prosecution.
So what was the hullabaloo in front of the El Encanto yesterday?
Excuse me?
There was something going on in front of the El Encanto yesterday. There was a gentleman standing there, and there were 3 of your vehicles, and 4 of y'all were there. I was wondering what that was.
Oh, yes. Deputies responded to a call of a stolen golf cart. Suspect was located, and they decided to handle it civilly between the victim and the suspect, and compensation was settled, and the victim was no longer desirous of prosecution.
Oh, good, thanks. Okay. Questions or comments?
I have a quick one. Do you know if Captain King has given the Coalition for Deer the audio tape and the sheriff's log for the gunshots? I think it was August 21st.
The questions regarding the phone calls that came in regarding gunshots, is that was the question? I can tell you that we did receive 2 calls that came in. Currently, there is an administrative investigation regarding the conduct and the information that was relayed during those calls. But from what I understand, that there were no, I think it was in regard to some sort of abatement regarding deer. We got confirmation that there was no.
Did you give the Coalition? They were asking for the audio tape from the phone call made that night, and they were asking for the sheriff's log of where the sheriffs responded. So you don't know if that was given to them,
I don't believe it was given at the time because there is an administrative investigation regarding the conduct of the
Okay.
of the call.
Thank you. That was very thorough.
You're welcome very much. Thank you.
And real quickly, to Councilman Lopez's question, I spoke with Captain King today and asked that same question, and he said it will be as soon as they're done with their internal investigation. So he is aware of the request.
Evening, Council. Matt Baker, Finance Director. Don't have a whole lot to report out. I did check at the July TOT numbers. In July, we're still compiling numbers, but it looks like we're going to be up for the month of July from July of last year. The next meeting, I'll get the full revenue report out for the month of July, but early signs look promising for July revenues. Unless there's any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. We have an update on the mobile LED screen. It's on the island. We have secured a spot and it's fully covered. We took it last Wednesday to several spots on Front Street where it would fit for events using an electric hand dolly. It fit incredibly well within the framework of our streets without impeding any traffic flow. There will be two events that will be showcasing the screen this September. One will be the Catalina Crossing, and two will be the Catalina Film Festival. That's right, the festival season is here in Avalon. This month alone, we have 3 festivals coming. We have the 62nd Annual Catalina Crossing. That's the SCORA U.S. Outrigger Championships, weekend of the 12th and 13th. The Catalina Art Festival, the weekend of the 18th through the 20th. And the Catalina Film Festival, the weekend of the 24th through the 27th. In October, we will have the jazz tracks from the 9th through the 11th and the 16th through the 18th. Also, the second annual Mermaid Festival, October 23rd to the 25th. At least for the weekends, the island should be packed over the next 2 months. Currently, we are hiring a part-time recreation leader position to add to our staffing. The person will be responsible for organizing and leading our youth and adult recreational programs. We do prefer the applicant to know multiple sports, but more importantly, be able to manage the coaches, referees, parents, and kids. We're also hiring part-time recreational aides who will be under the management of the recreational leader, must be able to understand and referee sports programs. Please apply online at cityofavalon.com under Human Resources and Employment Opportunities. Is there any questions?
I've had a request from the community. So, Christine, the water aerobics person has gone off island, right? But they were wondering if there's any way it could be continued because it's such a wonderful activity.
I actually could not hear you.
What's that?
I actually could not hear you about the water aerobics.
Yeah, because it's finished up. But
Yes.
they were wondering if there was an instructor, if they could continue the courses, the water aerobics up at the hotel.
Yeah, if we have an instructor, we would look at extending the services. Yes.
Okay. If there's any water aerobic instructors out there, please give David a call.
Yes, please do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys also bought a little electric thing to move that LED screen around?
That's an electric hand dolly.
How much was that?
That was $1,500.
How much?
$1,500.
1,500?
Yes.
So
then
that wasn't with the original 72,000?
No.
Okay.
But we decided to purchase that so we didn't have to drive a truck down Front Street, try to back that in through Front Street, as well as the maintenance yard can utilize it to easily move the trailers.
Is that where you're
of
going to
the
keep
trucks
it
and
then,
stuff
up in the
there as
maintenance
well.
yard?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, city manager.
I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Couple updates for tonight. Just as we talked about the community court, we're on schedule for the community court to open up here. October 2nd is the tentative date we have right now. Hopefully, if we're able, if everybody's online to meet that date, we'll get information out as we get closer. But there will be a open house up here at City Hall. They're going to have the number of judges over here. They're going to bring their city their staff and resources for the first opening of that city community court that will be here in the lobby. So that's been something that essentially has been funded by the Superior Court, LA Superior Court, to allow our residents to have access to many more services through the court system without having to go over town. So we're excited about that. Our commitment to that was we provided the desk where the computers will lie and we'll make the connection for the computers. But other than that, they're providing all that information, all that backwork, all that. And we do not have to have, they'll train our staff that will be at the front desk to answer any questions. But for the most part, we're trying to make it, I understand it's in the lobby. We'll provide some screening for some privacy, but court is open to the public. So people will be in there, they'll have some screening, but it will be open as per usual. So we'll be open during all business hours for our residents to have access to that. So more to come on that. Updates on code enforcement stats for the month of August. 4 reports of stolen golf carts, 6 reports of vehicles without city commercial permits. They did 10 red tags on abandoned vehicles, 3 golf cart tows, 2 graffiti reports with cleanup, 6 building code violations and investigations. Most of those are still ongoing. Number of verbal warnings for early construction, 4 reports for illegal signage at Step Beach, 4 stop work orders for work going on Sundays. Overall, they had 50 animal control calls for the month of August. 2 violation letters for disposal of boxes and enforcement of all the containers down there in the alley between Chet's and the buildings. That fills up quite quickly. And I also want to give a shout out to Jeffrey Hernandez from Code Enforcement, who was able to create a mechanism to prevent those lids from swinging all the way and hitting Chet's hardware, which was causing problems, and leaving the bins open and allowing the ravens to get in there. So now those can only go part way and they'll fall back, hopefully stay closed and keep it cleaner down there. In addition, Code had, they sent letters to all the restaurants regarding the FOG program. They had 2 FOG violations with citations and 2 restaurant inspections. Overall, 65 calls for service for the month. They did assist at 5 corners for traffic and up at the school on the first day of school. Cleaned up 3 encampments and assisted Island Company on a pretty major encampment cleanup up behind the pet cemetery a week ago. In addition, I mentioned earlier that, meeting with code enforcement, we are setting a little bit of a focus on abandoned vehicles and how we're treating abandoned vehicles, trying to access them and get them moved and off the street sooner than the current policy. We are focusing on Whitley. We've identified a number of vehicles on Whitley that have not moved for a period of time, some on the street, some partly on the sidewalk, some between buildings, reaching out to residents saying, if this is a dead vehicle, you have no intention of using it, again, we're throwing out the amnesty program. We will tow it off the island for you for free if you just sign over the title to get rid of these vehicles that are just really taking up space. So we're back to pushing that forward. I would also indicate we've done a shift on the code enforcement schedule. So we used to have just 1 code enforcement officer on for part of the day on Sunday. Now we will have a code enforcement officer all day on Sunday. So this will give us full coverage, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, and both of them will be on certain 2 or 3 days a week together. But this way we have full coverage all the way through Monday through Sunday. Any questions?
Oh. Okay. Council reports.
City Attorney.
Hi, Scott. I can't see your beautiful face, so I forgot you were there.
Yeah, I am here. I do have a report today.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello?
We'll probably hear from you later.
No, he's got one.
You've got a report today.
Yes, I actually have a report. For the last year or so, the city and our code enforcement and our code enforcement attorneys have been trying to work with the owners of 345 Sumner on remediating that property. We were able to get an inspection, and we went into that property and examined the property, and the property was found to be in complete disrepair, uninhabitable. Its foundation was unstable, and the structure was in immediate danger of collapsing. We tried to work with the owner to go ahead and rehabilitate that. We were unable to do so. So in July, we went to court, and a receiver has been appointed for that property. What this means is that the receiver is going to be in charge of the cleanup of this property, which includes the demolition of the property, the rebuilding of the property so that it is safe, and then the sale of that property. The city will be reimbursed all of its costs and fees, including attorney fees for the rehabilitation of this property. The importance of this property was not only was it a fire hazard, but because of the vermin that were there, it was causing danger to residents. And so we're going to clean up the property and replace it with some housing that we'll be able to actually use for a multi-structure housing unit. So that will be done, and again, at no cost to the city once it is completed.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Council members?
Can I go first?
Yes, you may.
I have a couple of things. In regards to the water aerobics, the Catalina Canyon messaged me, and they can do those through October. So if you can find an instructor, they can use the pool through October.
Okay.
And then my second thing is a story here about Olin's. Olin's is not officially out of business, but it has shut down its California CRV recycling machines after stating that state regulations made the operation unsustainable. Do we know anything about that, Dave?
I received the same notice probably you did yesterday, so we're in the process of reaching out to Olin's in particular, not only because we have one, but we have two additional ones that we just got from them that have not gone online. So we're working through that. We'll let you know as soon as what we find out.
That's all I have.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay.
I can go next. Okay, so we are ramping back up. We have started youth and government again. So this week is a sign up for the kiddos up at school. We have more already signed up than we did last year, so that's very exciting. So what the program usually entails is 2 camps for them, and that's preparing them with civic engagement and a lot of local government education. They will also pick a bill that they have to represent, and in those bills, we pretty much treat it as the government would. So we took it to each branch, and hopefully it passes. Last year, it passed all the way, and it got signed by the youth and government governor. So that was our first year too. So fingers crossed for our second year. Women's Forum is also ramping back up. Last year we started with, it was our first year going freshman to senior. So we're keeping that same style going this year, but because it was so many girls, we now have enough mentors to be able to divide each class to represent each grade. And within that, we'll have 1 or 2 girls represent their class, kind of like class representatives. So they'll have their own events depending on their class grade, and a couple of them with all the girls together. We usually have 1 event each month for the girls. And then, of course, the senior girls get their scholarship at the end of the year. And another big thing that we got going on, we were pursuing Boys and Girls Club. It did not work out for us, but we don't give up. And that's okay. It actually ended up working out better than we expected. We started our own nonprofit, so it's new. It is called the Catalina Island Youth Investment Fund. And in this nonprofit, under it is a program, and the program is called Avalon Youth Impact Program. What we have started so far, and again, first year, and this is just the first 2 weeks, we already have tutoring for math and English, and that'll be middle school and high school. We will have a drum line, so we will have music. We will have art for both middle school and high school. We will have trades, and that's one of the best things that I'm very excited for because we don't have a lot of that on the island. We are exploring all avenues for trades, but at the moment we are starting to roll out a construction program, and that will start next month. And in that program, The cool thing about the skills trades is that we are also doing it. If you complete all 18 to 20 classes, you will receive a $2,000 scholarship, as well as any high school kids, juniors, seniors that would like to intern to help tutoring. They will also receive a scholarship of $2,000, but you will have to complete 110, 120 hours to be able to actually receive that scholarship. At the end of it all, we should be handing out at least 60,000 in scholarships, hoping we can get more funding so we can release more funds. But yeah, so at this moment, if there's anyone out there on the island that is, plumbing, electrician, mechanic, that is willing to start a program, we are more than interested. And if you're not, I'm still going to reach out. So be ready.
The majority of the funding coming from at this point?
There are donors from Mike Lansing with the Boys and Girls Club, so he
Okay.
still had his list. And luckily it
Nice.
worked out for us. So our first year is fully funded.
Cool.
Yes.
That's great news. That is great news. Okay.
I have nothing.
So just a few things. Gateway City's COG this month will be coming to Catalina as long as the hurricane backs down. It seems that we've been in a cycle of government visits with hurricanes, and I'm really hoping to break that cycle this year.
And that date is?
It's going to be September 8th through the 10th. The 8th is actually a day where a number of the COG members and staff will be able to enjoy the island and get to learn a little bit about the island by utilizing local tours. And then the actual conference starts midday on the 9th and finishes midday on the 10th. So excited to see everyone there. Again, COG is going to be the 24 cities and government entities that represent our cities in attendance. Up to 2 representatives per city can come to the meetings per the Brown Act. And so, yeah, it should be really enjoyable in terms
And it's
of
going to be held?
Topside. Topside, yep. And then met with the Conover family regarding the case that we had heard, the de novo case for the property at the corner of Metropole and Beacon, and just wanted to make sure that city planning, I know Kelly's not here tonight, but I'll reach out to her after the meeting tonight. There were some questions regarding setbacks on the property. If I recall from the recordings, we had agreed to a 14-foot setback from the property line for the upper stories, and the current space that's there is definitely not 14 feet. So just hoping that can move forward with an investigation. I know the city, I know Mike Flynn had been up there measuring it earlier this week, and also the city inspector. So just waiting to hear back on that. And then also there was the issue of a breezeway between the sidewalk and the side of the building, especially for the space where there was going to be employee housing, just making sure that still was part of the plans as well. A friend of mine sent me a copy of the City of San Diego's prep checklist for El Nino, and I was wondering if we might be able to put together something similar. I think Avalon is somewhat fortunate or unfortunate in that we're used to having to know what to do when there's large storms that come up and people are kind of already ready to roll, and the city is always ready to roll for that. But it was a good checklist of just making sure certain insurances are up to date, gutters are cleared, your house is cleared of debris and trash, so that when there is a large amount of rain flow that you're able to safely navigate around your house, and others can too. And then had a few helplines and spots for info. So I'll send you guys the link if you think it's beneficial. Let's definitely do that and share it out. But it was a combination of law enforcement, code enforcement, public works, and I think fire as well that had kind of included info there, and harbor. So, and then finally, I got the phone calls, I don't know if anybody else did, regarding the gunshots that happened in Falls Canyon, and just wanted to ask, part of the response that I'd received back was that neither one of the callers asked for someone to come and investigate, so they didn't. And I'm wondering if that can be part of the discussion post-investigation, that be standard when there's gunshots, because that's not common here and it's not a normal occurrence. They should be investigated automatically, the end of discussion for that, I think. So if we can have that be part of the discussion, that would be much appreciated.
Sure. And just to follow up again, my conversation with Captain King, he says, he was not able to be here tonight for other personal reasons, but he is going to report out to council fully, hopefully by the next meeting, of what he has discovered and what they did.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
I have STAG, but it's going to be in the City Hall chambers. So if anybody wants to see what a Southern California Association of Government meeting is like, I can meet you up here at 9:30.
When's that?
Thursday.
Thursday, okay.
I just do it on the phone because I don't know how to do all the other stuff. But I'm sure they'd set us up if you were here, or you could set it up. And I'm wondering about I don't know when we set up for the residential inspection program, so if people wanted to call and had inadequacies in their home, that we could investigate those. But I know there's a lot of, I don't know how far we got on that. For example, if I call my houses, I don't have heat and I don't have a refrigerator and whatever, or got holes in my walls, what we do if all of a sudden the people have to be relocated, and I don't think that we got that much of the program set up, but I would like us to do that, and maybe, because I know the gentlemen that come to do the inspections are willing to do that, but there's that whole thing, if all of a sudden you have to move out of your house, where do we put them? Who pays for that? Then you go back in. Can they up your rents? All of that, I think we should be kind of looking into.
Mayor, we did do one in August. We did do one at the renter's request, went in there, did a full inspection. The renter did indicate there was a fear of retaliation, but once code was in there, wrote it up, they did follow up and are pursuing it with the landlord, because once they see it, you can't unsee it. But it was one that did not require evacuation of the premises, but that is a concern every time we go in, that we have to do that to protect the tenants. But we are following up with the calls that we get on that. They are doing that.
I don't know how much we want to really put it out there that we have that program, because I don't think the community even knows really about it, but okay. That's okay, let's go.
Do you want to do this before we do public comment?
Sure, because you're anxious.
We do have a proclamation this evening. A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Avalon recognizing September 2026 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas Childhood Cancer Awareness Month is observed each September to recognize the strength, courage, and resilience of children and adolescents battling cancer, while honoring the families, caregivers, healthcare professionals, and researchers dedicated to supporting them. And whereas, according to the American Cancer Society, an estimated 9,550 children in the United States under the age of 15 and approximately 5,100 adolescents ages 15 to 19 will be diagnosed with cancer each year, while the World Health Organization estimates that nearly 400,000 children and adolescents worldwide develop cancer annually. And whereas, despite advances in treatment, cancer remains one of the leading causes of disease-related death among children, and many survivors experience lifelong physical, emotional, and financial challenges resulting from their diagnosis and treatment. And whereas nearly 3 decades ago, Stephen Firestein, a member of the philanthropic Max Factor family, founded the American Cancer Fund for Children, Inc., and Kids Cancer Connection, Inc., in association with Lions Clubs International, to provide hope, encouragement, and meaningful support to children battling cancer and their families. And whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide vital sociological services at hospitals throughout Southern California and across the nation, including Children's Hospital Los Angeles, City of Hope, Mattel's Children's Hospital at UCLA, LA General Medical Center, Harbor UCLA Medical Center, Cedars Sinai Medical Center, and many others, helping improve the quality of life for children undergoing treatment and their loved ones. And whereas these organizations also sponsor programs that bring comfort, joy, and encouragement to children through toy distributions, educational opportunities, sailing experiences, pet-assisted therapy, the KCC Supercar Experience, hospital celebrations, and other activities that recognize the extraordinary bravery and determination of children facing childhood cancer. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Mayor and City Council of the City of Avalon do hereby proclaim September 2026 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Avalon, and encourage all residents to increase awareness, support children and families affected by childhood cancer, promote continued research, and recognize the organizations and individuals working tirelessly to improve outcomes and bring hope to those facing this disease. Dated this first day of September 2026.
We have two presentations, Catalina Island Health.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Gail from Catalina Island Health. Just a quick update, but before I start, Yesenia, if you think that medical assistants count as trades, I think we should talk. So just setting that little seed there. Just wanted to share super exciting news. If you have not seen last week's paper, we put out the good news of raising $5.1 million for the new hospital during our Catalinaville event earlier in August. And that reminding to everybody, all for the new hospital, not for regular daily operations, but it's getting us a lot closer. And we feel a lot of great momentum coming out of that event. So we're feeling like a lot of people were telling us like, oh, like, I really think it's going to happen. And we know it's going to happen. So we just wanted to make sure everybody saw that. And if there's ever any questions about that, let us know. Other good news, we've been saying for a while that we've been renegotiating our payer contracts. And so we have Health Net, Blue Cross, and Blue Shield as of starting October 1st, and between October 1st and November 1st, between the three of them, we'll be able to take all of the plans within those payer insurance. So like the city, for example, I know has Blue Shield, and we've taken the PPO, but not the HMO and stuff like that. So now we'll be able to take all of those plans. With those, we still have a few other payer contracts that we're working on, but those are super exciting. We've been working on that for a long time, so we're hopeful that many of you can now come to the clinic and the hospital without having to worry about going over town. So more information will be coming about that too, just so we know when we know the exact dates. And then just a follow-up from last presentation, it had come up about our board of directors, so we just wanted to just give a brief overview of who sits on our board, not specific people, but just like experience and what they do. So a lot of decades of Islanders. So we have a retail jewelry store owner, teacher, and a sub teacher, a retired restaurant owner. We have an emergency physician who is off island, but he is like the head of 5 different emergency rooms with UCI. So brings that knowledge to it. We have a retired judge and attorney, CPA, also an Islander, a hotel manager who's an Islander, and then living on the island, but a current practicing physician. So gets the everyday family practice, so brings that knowledge to our board, and then also a retired healthcare CEO. So that is off island, but also lots of good connections and knowledge of just healthcare in the state of California and locally in more LA County. So the makeup of our board just as it stands right now. So just so people have that in mind of who is there representing, but also for the conversation whenever that comes up. And then just another up on the screen, you'll see we have the mammogram mobile unit coming September 12th, 13th, 14th. So I know it's that rigor. It will be no problem. We've already dealt with that. So everybody's okay. And we'll be able to work together on that during that one day. But it will be all day Saturday, Sunday, so 9 to 5. And then we were able to add this year Monday morning, so 9 to noon, because we don't have to take the unit back to the barge until the afternoon. So hopefully we can get even more. Last year we screened 79 local ladies, and so we hope to get even more. And just wanted to throw out a huge thank you to Avalon Freight Services for donating the barge fees to bring that over and back, and then also Rotary Club of Avalon for helping to work on or cover our hotel costs for the techs and the boats for the techs. So it really makes it a major event for the island, and we're super excited. And then just we're there. We're here for questions. We'd like, anybody has any questions, we're happy to meet with anybody, tour them to the hospital, whatever it is, we're there. So please reach out.
Well, I made a comment today at the exercise class that men also get breast cancer.
That's true. Yeah.
And so I don't know what a symptom. I don't want all the men in town running to get their boobs squished, but if they, so it might be interesting for somebody to look that up to see who is a candidate, who is a male candidate for breast cancer.
Yeah. I mean, we can put that out there. I would assume it's like most. Anybody who's like under 40 needs a doctor's note and meets special criteria. So I'd assume for a male there would be special criteria and definitely a doctor's note for them to actually do that screening for them. But I can find out what that is and share that in the paper. So
I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
it's true. It does happen. Unfortunately.
Can I ask, have we found a spot for the hospital yet?
We're close. We have to do some ecological or environmental studies that will determine if we can use the space that we would like to use. So don't have that answer yet, but we're closer than we've been for a long time. So we're getting there. We'll let you know. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Trupa, Catalina Film Festival.
Thank you, council members, Madam Mayor. It's good to see you back, Dave. Yeah, man. You guys are obviously the meat and potatoes. It's amazing you got that $60,000 for those kids. I mean, that's crazy. Mammograms. We are the sizzle and promotion of the island, and we make no mistake about it. The festival is less than a month away. Travel, lodging, vendors, and production commitments are already happening. CFF is a destination event, no surprise to anyone here. People come to Avalon specifically because the festival exists. The impact equals hotel rooms and ferry tickets and restaurants and retail and local vendors and workers and media and repeat visitors. Catalina is expensive to attend. CFF and local partners repeatedly discount and absorb costs to make attendance possible. We have amazing partners that make that happen every year. Discounts do not erase costs. They shift them to the nonprofit or the filmmakers, the visitors, and Avalon businesses. The goal is to discount less, comp less, and pay Avalon businesses closer to the full value of their work. We are not asking for entitlement or special treatment, but we are asking for partnership tied with measurable public benefit and transparency. Tonight's ask is just help us maximize this year's festival. We have some great things going on. We have continued city promotion and LED screen support that David Hart's got, which is really exciting and fascinating. I know we're excited to use it. Visible city welcomes and film for the filmmakers and the guests. I know every year we kind of see what we can do at the Mole. Just welcome to Avalon, welcome Catalina filmmakers. Any of that stuff would be huge. If we can get around the whole, if we do it for you, we have to do it for everybody. It would just make a better impact on who's getting off those boats when they see stuff like that. Fast coordination through David Hart and city-related needs. He's always amazing. He helps us in any way he can, and we appreciate him so much for that. If we can identify any remaining in-kind, logistical, or tourism resources that we could help benefit some of these filmmakers that are coming on their own dime from all over the world. I think we have 35 countries represented this year. We've picked over 409 films. 200 of those are online. Obviously, there's a lot of short films involved, so we're not talking about feature films that are 409 films. But we have a lot of excited people. Friday night, we have Catherine Hardwicke's West Coast premiere of her film called Street Smart. Catherine Hardwicke is the director of all the Twilight series of Robert Pattinson and what's her name? Kristen Stewart. And she's had an amazing career. We're going to give her a career tribute. She's bringing about 40 people just from her film alone. We're coordinating hotels and boats and all of that fun stuff right now. Saturday night, the producer of that film, there's a people from Yellowstone that are in that film. There's a bunch of celebrities that they're all coming. This independent producer pretty much bought out the Blanca Hotel to put up all of his filmmakers, all of his talent. Didn't ask anything of the festival. If anything, he's also sponsoring the festival just because he understands logistics. And it's just going to be an amazing sort of event this year. So we are excited about that as well. The visible, let's see. Identify the in kind. After the festival, we are going to reconvene. We're going to bring all of our current data. We're going to bring we're going to discuss our metrics, and based on the event support system that we can do to continue a stronger partnership in the future. The goal here really is, when the nonprofit carries the full cost of creating a public tourism benefit, the cost does not disappear. It just gets shifted somewhere else. So we are trying to eliminate that because, partnership's not charity. It helps turn events and into room nights and local spending and tax revenue and repeat visitation. But we do not measure partnership by what it gives to CFF. We measure by what CFF can then give back to Avalon. So public tourism should follow measurable public benefit. And obviously everybody in this room in so many ways has helped us throughout the years. It's like, so many beautiful faces out there that have helped from Val to Dave to, Mark Tasker. How many hours did we spend in that projection booth together? Mr. Ponce and Marsha. So, look, this is a community event and there is nothing more than we love to come to this island, show it off to the world. We have, I think, 25 people that are coming on a Thursday night just to get ready for Friday morning. So we try to track all this data. We are still trying to sell out Friday, although there's no more boats until after 8:30. So that's another thing we're trying to work with Amanda and the Catalina Express. It's El Nino. It could rain. So we understand their issues. So we're just trying to figure out and navigate this the best we can and have an amazing year 17. So that's why we're coming back after the festival with all the beautiful data that we will have for you moving forward.
Maybe Yesenia can help with this one. I feel really bad that the youth and a lot of the other people that live here don't take advantage of this festival. And I don't know how to get them turned on to want to come. It's fabulous. So if you have any ideas how we can really get the kids involved in their participation and coming with their parents. And
Saturday morning in the Lancer Auditorium at the school, we have a family-friendly feature film. It's called Bob's Best Friends, and it has a bunch of celebrity voices for all these dogs that are in the film. So we're basically calling all cars for Avalon families to come. That's a free event. Awesome. We've already talked to the filmmaker. He's excited to offer that as well. We have a lot of cool family-oriented films this year because we even created a family category. So we're trying to program more because our animation category technically isn't cartoons. Right. There could be a lot of anything in animation. Yeah. So we are trying to develop more family-friendly events as well. And we're trying to do it on the weekends.
Yes.
So,
yeah, that's good.
The more people can find out about that, I don't know how we can reach them more, but that would be amazing.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, oral communications. This is an opportunity for the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 2 minutes and no action will be taken.
Hello there, Paul Birchall, Avalon Library. A couple small things first. The art fair is coming up, and the Friends of the Library are going to have a book table sale, as always. Donate your books. If you have books piling up that you just can't stand, bring them on down to the library. Bring them to Judy's house. I'm not going to say the address, that's for her business to do, but the library's available. Just drop them off with me. If we're closed, put them in the book return bin. I'll suss them out in the morning. So yeah, please come and give us lots of books for the book sale. A few things you might not know. During this heat wave, the library was a beautiful cooling center. Yes. We had the best air conditioning. Oh my goodness, it was awesome. So Another heat wave coming in about a week, I think. Come on down to the library, hang out with us, read a book. Nobody's gonna, screech at you except maybe some kids. But it'll be lovely and just hang out in your beautiful library. Just other stuff. The bookmark contest, our annual bookmark contest, is starting up now. Come on down. Create a lovely bookmark. I may be imposing on council and the Friends of the Library to help judge that thing, probably in November if we get enough people. Some of my events coming up. This is an awesome month at the library. We have the Barnsdale Arts Center doing an arts class. That's going to be on Thursday, September 10th. Beautiful, they do beautiful stuff, hands-on art. Kids are welcome. Everybody's welcome if you have an aesthetic sense. Coming up on the 16th, we're going to have a magician, Artie Loon. He's been to the library a bunch of times. He is just delightful. He does like floating tables and magic wands that get huge. He's amazing. And our usual stuff as well. Crafts on Tuesdays and Fridays. My story time every Saturday. Just to encourage people to enter the bookmark contest on the 24th, I'm going to have an ice cream party where if you want an ice cream, you have to do a bookmark. And if you want 2 ice cream, you got to do 2 bookmarks. If you want 3 ice cream, you got to do 30 bookmarks. So I set up a little, nothing like a film festival, but I do a little movie thing. I set up a little screen. I have a little projector, attach it to a laptop. We use Canopy, which is a program we all have. The library card members have a subscription to. I'm allowed to show some movies without licenses. So I'm going to do Animal Crackers, the old Marx Brothers thing on the 30th. I'm going to do my, well, let's face it, my quarterly screening of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I've done it like 8 times this year. I have to do what I like at the library sometimes too. Also, we also subscribe to something called the Alexander Street Performance. We're going to do a screening of Richard III from the Royal Shakespeare Company. We'll see. I want to get us culturing a little bit too. I don't think there's anything wrong with a bit of culture. Also, since we have our new page hired, he leads Dungeons and Dragons pretty much every Wednesday at 3 and Saturday at 3. And I have one more program that I can't really talk about, but I'll talk about it on at the next city council meeting. I think it's kind of cool. It's a sort of partnership that LA County Library is doing with someone. And I'm not allowed to say it. They will fire me. They will say, you are embargoed from talking about it. But I hinted it like I'm allowed to do. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Paul.
Hello, everyone. Mark Tasca, 345 Sumner and 330 Clarissa. A friend of mine phoned me tonight and said that apparently my address 345 was confused with 343 Candace Reminoff, and I need to set the record straight because this is a public record that Candace Reminoff does not own 345. She owns a trash dump next to me. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi.
Long time no see. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good.
I'm here today because I have some questions. With so many golf carts in Avalon aging out and with many repair parts no longer being available, our options for purchasing new golf carts is becoming more difficult. With electric golf carts in the flats and condos that don't have garages. So I've done some research and I get different information in all 3 spots that I researched. One was the DMV, and they specifically mentioned Avalon and an exemption that we received. There's also Yamaha, which is different information. And then there's the city municipal code, which is also different information. So I'm here because we just had our cart at Yamaha for 4 weeks. And so I was knee deep in this concern that a lot of people have here on the island because, like I said, golf carts are aging out and repair parts are no longer available. And so here we are. And I know a lot of talk has been happening about electric golf carts and a lot of talk has been happening about charging stations. And in my opinion, that's just not feasible because you've got the majority of the drivers in this town are golf carts and charging stations. We all know what happened with Tesla when they came out. It was a nightmare because there still aren't enough charging stations. So I'd like to get some clarification as where do we stand? Because with the research that I have done, we can still get gas golf carts. And I spoke to our insurance company before I came here tonight to find out because they're not making LSV golf carts anymore with VIN numbers. They used to be manufactured with VIN numbers, and they don't do that anymore. Per the DMV, it has to be, in order to be street legal, it has to have the VIN number. But everything is different. And when I talked to our insurance agency, they said it either has to have a VIN number. I explained that we have to bring this card up to get our city sticker every year. And I said, are we not going to be able to get that anymore since a new golf cart won't have a VIN number? And they said, as long as it has a VIN number or a serial number on it. And I researched, and of course, all vehicles have a serial number, including every single golf cart that's manufactured. If anyone is interested, our insurance company said that they will insure, it's foremost, they will insure any golf cart under specialty. They put it in the category with e-bikes and things like that. And so I asked them, does that mean that we can still, if we buy a gas golf cart from the manufacturer, can we park it on the street? And we drive it legally on the street? And they said yes. So that's kind of, so you can see all the information that I've researched, and it's all different. So I wanted to find out, get some clarification from the city where you stand with gas golf carts.
And you're talking about residential golf
Yes.
cart, not a commercial, right?
Yes.
So right now, the city does not have a requirement for electric residential golf carts. You can have a gas golf cart. We understand that, we would love to create more charging stations. We're going to put some in here at City Hall and on Tremont, but we understand that's not going to satisfy everybody's needs. So you can still have, there's no prohibition against gas golf carts.
Okay.
Our requirement for a city sticker is just that you're licensed through the DMV. Now, I know the DMV has either issued licenses with a serial number or with a VIN number. Either way, they've done it, and they continue to do it that way. We don't require a VIN number. We don't require, as long as you're licensed through the DMV, when you come to get your city sticker, you'll get your city sticker.
Okay, there lies the problem, because I went on the DMV's website today and it clearly states that it has to be an LSV gas golf cart, which means it is required to have a VIN number.
I think, Debbie, right now the state of California says that Yamaha, the corporation Yamaha, cannot sell a Yamaha golf cart to Mike King down at Catalina Yamaha. I've talked to Dave Maestro about an exemption, like we do for smog. We just go to one of our legislature, or in fact, I don't even think we have to do that. Bud Smith just talked to somebody and we got exempt from smog. We need to get exempt from California saying we can't purchase a gas golf cart. And once we do that and Yamaha gets on board, then Yamaha will sell gas golf carts to Mike King, and we can purchase gas golf carts. Because I'm with you, most people don't want an electric golf cart.
Yeah.
We don't have anywhere to plug it in, but that's where we're kind of at.
Right. But I don't know that solves the last issue she brought up,
Well,
which is the VIN number.
They
issue.
don't have VIN numbers. They have serial numbers. When I worked at the courthouse, they had the sheriffs underneath looking. They do have a serial number, and you can register that. San Pedro DMV knows all about that kind of stuff. So
and that's true.
if
San
you
Pedro will
buy
do.
something from, I don't know how the E-Z-GO gas carts got over here, but I know if you wouldn't buy something in Arizona or Nevada, you can bring it in, and I would go to San Pedro with all your paperwork, picture of it. You don't even have to take the golf cart in there. They're real good about.
Okay, I'm just concerned because it did state as of today that they require a VIN number. The DMV does.
They use the serial number on most of them. They don't even have VIN numbers. Maybe some of the new companies, there's a bunch of new electric companies that you see even driving on the mainland. I don't know if you ever cruise through, like Laguna and all those places, Huntington Beach. But if you buy a gas golf cart, and you bring it here, DMV and San Pedro will help you, even Long Beach.
Well,
I
one
can
of the
give you some
questions I had
numbers.
was, do you require, if so, does the city only require that we have insurance?
They don't even require that.
And the DMV part, well, we have to bring something in order to get our city sticker every year, we have to bring something
You have to be
in.
you have to be registered with the DMV.
Okay.
And they require insurance.
Okay,
and they
so
require.
maybe the city council could look into that because I found different information. So if you guys could look into it and clarify for the community, because I do know people who are looking for golf carts, and there are people who are desperately looking for gas golf carts. And so if we could bring in new golf carts, I think the community needs to know that.
And I can tell you that we have had golf carts that have been registered this season, this last March season, with the DMV with serial numbers.
Yes, but were they new golf carts?
New?
Yeah, brand new. Like if someone wants to go out and buy a brand new golf cart, like ours is 10 years old.
Right.
So we don't have that problem. We bring it, we have the register with the DMV. However, if someone wants to go out and buy a brand new golf cart, which I know several people who do, they want a gas golf cart and they want a new golf cart. Can they bring it to the island? Can they get a city sticker? Because it won't be registered with the DMV most likely. So all I'm asking if the city could look into it and really clarify, because I think that's information that the people within the community need to have.
We'll definitely look into that and talk to our folks at the DMV. We always go through the San Pedro office because they get most of our residents, and see if that has changed in the last 6 months. Because
And then how do they go about it? So you can
Right.
give them concrete information about how they can go about it.
Yep, we'll make those calls and look into that
Okay.
for you. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Nice to see you. Anybody else? Oral communication?
Hi, Janny Hall, 334 Clarissa. Why do we want gas golf carts so much?
We don't like electric.
And why is that? I thought we were going that direction.
I
And
think
we
to
could
each their
look at
own.
different
Do you have a
options.
spot to plug yours in on your street?
Well, I would put a.
So you dig a hole and put the.
Mhm. And I don't know if that's been explored or something to that effect. Just that gas golf carts are really loud, and I
I
can't.
think the Easy Goes are. I think the Yamahas aren't. And I think what you're hearing now are the Easy Goes from the rental car place, because I've had a couple people call me. In fact, I went up to somebody's house and sat one day and listened, and it was the Easy Goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're gas.
Okay, this is oral communication, so it's typically not a this and that kind of a conversation. I hear you saying that you're in support of electric vehicles, electric golf carts, as am I. But, so however we want to address this in the future or soon.
Look at options.
Right,
or
exactly.
something, Not just.
Exactly. And yeah, and there are ways to get into the curb cuts and do exactly what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Hello, Diane Stone, 385 East Whitley. I am here to talk to the council and the city manager and our city attorney. I have the most respect for your conscientious position as stewards of this community. However, I'm here to lodge a complaint on behalf of other members of this community regarding our sheriff's department. Because the sheriff's department is under contract to the city, they are accountable to you. I believe we deserve and demand more accountability, more service, and more respect. This year, we all are aware that the Conservancy has received the go-ahead from Fish and Wildlife to go ahead and begin exterminating the deer. This was supposedly happening September 1. However, there has been gunfire and there has been shooting that has been going on before this. Obviously, they're in training or practicing or whatever. I bring that up because it has people on edge. People are concerned. And Friday night, August 21st, there was a call that went into the sheriff's station, several calls. Others would have called, but they knew the calls had already been made. Starting at about 10:25, and it went on for almost 3 hours. There were 19 shots recorded, and I will not go into detail about what came of all of this, misunderstanding, miscommunication, whatever. The point is, there were people who felt that their lives were in jeopardy. They actually took refuge in their homes where they felt they would be the safest. My complaint is that no one from the sheriff's department went out to speak to anyone. They did not call back. They did not follow up. To this date, they have not done so. That is really unconscionable. So, that's my complaint on behalf of others in this community. The other thing I just want to mention is that I would ask our captain to speak to his deputies to remind them to use a little more discretion when they are discussing this community using derogatory remarks about our community and our residents. Do not dismiss us. Do not underestimate us. You don't know our education, our history, our knowledge, our experience, positions we have held. This is an amazing group of citizens in this community, and we should not be underestimated. That's it.
Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, Daniel Feltz, Catalina Cravings. Just wanted to come up and make sure the community was aware. We have been doing Catalina Cravings for several months now, and we identified that the majority of our repeat customers are either elderly or people with mobility issues. So with that information, we went to Dave Hart and we got him set up with the promo code for the recreation department. So anybody that's enrolled in the Meals on Wheels program can get free grocery delivery through the app. And it's not just groceries like toilet paper, cat food, any kind of essentials. Pretty much anything you can pick up at Vaughn's will be delivered through the app, free of charge for anybody enrolled in the Meals on Wheels program. Just wanted to make sure everybody knew.
I'm sorry, I kind of missed the first of that, Daniel. So it would be stuff that we have in the food bank that you would pick that up?
No, not at all.
No.
They're going to do deliveries for people that would be on Meals for Wills.
Yes. So we have an app-based food. This would be on top of that. So it's like an added service to that. So now let's say somebody wanted to get their Meals on Wheels delivered. They have that, but they forgot toilet paper, paper towels, napkins. Now they have the ability to go on the app, pay for it, and it gets delivered to their house.
Awesome. Thank you. That's very nice. Okay, anybody else? Consent calendar?
Okay, consent calendar. Item 1, approval of the minutes from the August 12th, 2026 special city council meeting and the August 18th, 2026 regular city council meeting. Item 2, approval of disbursements for August 10th, 2026 through August 21st, 2026, totaling $2,538,258.44. Item 3, authorize the city manager or his designee to circulate a request for proposal for qualified vendors to lease the former public transit kiosk on Crescent Avenue. Item 4, adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 9-5, Article 6, accessory dwelling units of Title 9 of the Avalon Municipal Code to comply with the recent changes to state law that impose new limits on local authority to regulate accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, except as otherwise noted. These new laws take effect on January 1st, 2026.
Okay, Council.
Oh, sorry.
I just have a question about the kiosk.
Yes.
What would the rent be? How do we figure out what they would pay for that?
What we designate is we're looking at designating a minimum mandatory rent of $500 a month on that space, and really opening up to the public. Bring your best ideas.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, what's your pleasure, Council?
I'll make a motion to approve items 1 through 4 on the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
All eyes.
Okay, thank you. General business.
General business item number 5 is a letter regarding forthcoming wildfire liability reform. This came in last week at the request of Councilwoman Lavelle. I would point out that on Saturday there was some emergency legislation that passed that made this much more palatable, I guess. So I don't know, the California League of Cities, I believe, had sent out kind of where we're at now, which is the most or the worst part of the original legislation has been removed. So what was passed last Saturday morning is it does not include any limits on public agency recovery after a utility caused fire, which was the biggest heartburn, I think, that was in that. So I don't know if there's any other discussion on that or where we want to go with this now.
Yeah.
Can we just make a recommendation that should that all fall apart, that we do kind of stick to our guns on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should. So if the bill was to regress to the way that it was prior to the changes from this weekend, that we would still be not in support of that passing the way that it is. But that was the largest part, was it basically did not allow cities or public entities to be able to have any kind of recourse for damages due to wildfire emergencies. So I don't know if there's a way to craft something that would basically say that we're in support of the changes that have been made. But should it regress, then we would be happy to add our name to the long list of supporters.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And I think there's going to be another standard support letter coming. So I think we would be in line with that.
Correct.
So if we could follow what they put out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Way easier than I thought it was going to be.
Item number 6.
So did we need to have a vote on that item?
Need a vote for that request?
Scott, would a consensus be okay?
I would prefer that we have a vote to give direction to support any letter that encourages passage of the Liability Act with protections for cities.
I so move.
I'll second.
Call for the vote.
All eyes.
Item number 6. So item number 6 is a proposal for or a request for a CPUC draft, or addressing the CPUC draft resolution T-17934. So as council and most of the community is aware, last December 2025, the California Public Utilities Commission passed a resolution that essentially did two things. It recognized the need for a project that included Avalon and Catalina Island, and that is to bring undersea fiber here. The second thing it did is it awarded that grant for that project to AVX Networks. The city supported that project, both with letters of support going into it and throughout. And for years, I know Councilwoman Lavelle and others have really been on this crusade to get this undersea fiber here. And I think the city recognized then, the city recognizes now that we sit in a different place here. We're not in a rural community down the street from a city that has high-speed internet. We are separated by a body of water that it can only be brought here one way. And that step last December was a tremendous step for that project. Once that project and that grant was awarded, the city, the interaction was between the PUC and the grantee, and we have not had much interaction as it related to that. It was brought to the city's attention on August 6, 2026, that the CPUC and the Division of Communications Division prepared a draft resolution. And that draft resolution proposed to rescind and terminate that $37 million grant that was awarded in December of 2025. At the time we found out about this in August of 2026, that draft resolution referenced letters and correspondence and other things between the PUC and the grant recipient that the city wasn't a party, so that was the first time we became aware of that. I would say, having read all of that, and recognizing that the PUC acknowledged the importance of this project, that the city take a position regarding this hearing, because that draft resolution is before the CPUC on a hearing on September 17th. They can adopt that draft resolution, which would, as written, rescind this grant, and the money for that project would no longer be designated for that project, or they can amend it, or they can work it out with the grant recipient. When we look at the overall importance of what we have before us, I think that the main factor is to try to convince the CPUC to keep those funds designated for Catalina Island and this project. Because once they're lost, the fear is it's going to be extremely difficult to get them back. And I will acknowledge that AVX did a tremendous amount of work and did all the work in order to get that grant. But the issues set forth in the draft resolution are strictly related between AVX and the CPUC. Nowhere in there do they recognize that the project's not a good idea, or they've determined it's no longer needed. None of that's in there. It's only between the relationship between AVX and the CPUC, and that's between them. And however and that's really the PUC being a steward of those funds. And however they resolve that is between them. What I think and what I propose that we submit a letter to the PUC really fighting to maintain those funds for this project. That if they determine there's irreconcilable differences between them and the current grant recipient, at least keep those funds there, give them an opportunity for another entity to come in and try to build this project and not lose where we're at right now. This is that would be an extreme case, but the reality of it is this grant has not even been awarded 12 months ago. And they issued their letter terminating this on July 7th. So 7 months in, they've made this decision. And if that can't be saved, that relationship can't be saved, hopefully 7 months in won't give them cause to take these funds away. So really, the staff report and the draft letter that's before you focuses on the project as compared to any of the personal entities or any of their personal actions. I would say that they're well, they go into great detail. The PUC goes into great detail of why they're asking what they're asking. But again, I would reiterate that our attached draft letter strongly supports the need to preserve the funding should they decide to terminate the grant relationship with AVX. And I think that's the strongest position we can take right now, and open to any direction from council on where you want to go. The only caveat I would give is that the letters have to be sent by September 3rd. So we would have to get this out quickly.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So we got a request to not send this letter right now. If, let's say I'm not saying that's what I want to do. I'm just saying if that's what we did and waiting till the September 17th meeting, what does that do?
If we council, do not voice our position on this, which what we're saying is fight for the project. If you don't fight for the project, they won't have that in front of them. The commission The draft resolution was not drafted by the commission. It was drafted by the communications division of the PUC. They sent it to the commission. Commission can make changes to it. They can vote no on it. They can vote yes on it. So they can go a number of different directions with it. They have this period of time where they're accepting comments, and that's where we're at right now. So, it's just whether or not council wants to be heard on this.
Yeah. No.
If I could, Mayor, if I could just address that for a minute.
Sure.
Yeah, one of the things that the grant resolution says is that the proposed resolution would terminate the $37 million funding. And then it says the unserved locations in the original project will not be subject to a grant commitment and may be eligible for future rounds of funding. What my interpretation of that language is when it says the unserved locations in the original project will not be subject to a grant commitment, that means that if this resolution is granted, that $37 million funding goes back into the general pool and is not held out for the unserved location of Avalon.
So
and
we could lose it
Catalina
all
Island.
the way. Based on, okay. I didn't read that part, so that's cool. Yeah. Okay. You want to comment?
Sure. Happy to. So, having worked on this for 6 years, being very surprised by the fact that I received a rescission email from the CPUC, from Nora, who's our government liaison for the PUC, on the 6th, and that's how we found out about it, and I forwarded it on to city staff at that point and to Lance Ware. We were all surprised by it. He was not surprised by it. This is something that's been ongoing, I guess, and that had been ongoing for a while. My hope is that he's able to resolve the requirements of what they're asking for, which includes requirements like proof of policies for nepotism, proof of needs for purchasing a home and a vehicle underneath this set of funds, that he's able to provide proof that those are the requirements that he needs, or he's able to say, I don't actually need those and I can move forward with the project without them. My understanding is there's also litigation ongoing with them as well, and so he hasn't been able to necessarily speak super freely about any of this because of that with me. And so I don't want to have to lose 6 years worth of work. I don't want to have to take the chance that the PUC says we're rescinding this and we're not going to keep the money for the project, because I know how long that hill back up to being able to do this project is. That being said, I also, before I had read the exhibits on the letter, I had emailed directly Lance and the city manager and had asked, how can we help? What can we do? And then read the exhibits and was quite surprised because of the use of what the funds were being used to purchase. I think, as often as we're able currently to approve price increases and change orders and new projects and things that we've budgeted for, managing public funds, especially to the tune of this much money, is key and needs to be able to be justified under the rules of the grant and just to any citizen that asks why you're doing what you're doing. And I think I feel very comfortable in the choices that I voted for and approved and said yes to through the city all this time. And some of these, to me, seem very interesting and don't fit with the scope of what the grant originally may have included. I can see where the justifications are for some of them, and I can also see the opposite side of that. So I feel like in terms of both the integrity of the city and being able to provide as much support as possible, the draft letter does do that. I like the draft letter. I think we should send it. Public comment closes on the 3rd. The actual hearing's on the 17th. I will, by a really weird stroke of luck, be actually up in Stockton with the kiddos for that week, but I won't be able to go to Sacramento as I did in December to support this project and be there for the hearing, which was a fun and exciting several hours with Jim in the audience at that hearing in Sacramento. So I am hopeful that the PUC understands how important this project is. I'm hopeful that Lance and the PUC are able to come to agreement on what is possible and make that happen. But at this time, I think the letter of support is the right thing to do that is drafted.
And you had said that you had seen some other letters that were written in support of AVX.
So I'm on the distribution list for the PUC for a couple of different grant applications that I signed up for probably 4 years ago. So I get dozens of letters about other people's grants all the time. So there have been a number of community members that have signed a letter of response in support of this project and in support of Lance. I don't think when they signed those, they knew what the scope of the questioning was with regard to the letters that were being included in the rescission documentation. And so, definitely recognized literally all but I think 2 of the names, and 2 of the names were entities that I recognize. So, I'm glad that people are speaking up and wanting to see the project done. But I also want to make sure that they understand that, there's, especially for the city, there's a lot of responsibility that goes into getting grants for things that we do. The city does an amazing job of tracking and being able to show justification and correspondence and receipts of everything that they do. And I don't know that the general public realizes just how much work they have to do to manage and administer these grants that we receive. So I think that's the challenging part, is that this is a federal grant. It's using federal public funds. And there's a level of responsibility, to quote one of my favorite movies, with great power comes great responsibility. So, I think that that is something where, even just right now, there was another communication that came through while we're sitting here on the dais from the CPUC on this item from, I believe, Lance. I don't know what the content said because I haven't opened it yet. But I know that comments will continue to flow in and we'll continue to receive those. And that's fine. You can definitely send your letters of support. I think that's important because I think it is necessary and I think it is a project that's worthwhile. And I do know also that Lance has put in a significant amount of money already into this project of his own. And so, the challenge I just have is wanting to make sure that we are not the PUC. We're not the one administering this grant. We unfortunately don't have control over what level of usage that money goes towards. But the rules for that grant were several pages long and very clear in terms of getting, a permission to make purchases. You have to have actual support for reimbursement. You have to do pre-approval for larger purchases that require specific review. And so I think that's the part that is something that is why we didn't take a position. The CPUC is managing that part of the discussion. We're in support of this project. We want this project to happen. I'm hoping that it can be with Lance and it can continue forward. Even if it's not, I'm still in support of this project.
Okay, and did we have somebody on Zoom earlier?
Sorry for being so wordy.
No, that's okay.
They haven't raised their hand.
No.
They haven't, okay. Any further discussion or comments from anyone?
If you recall, we did receive an email from Mr. Ware demanding that we take a stand one way or another. And today we get an email from supporters, don't do anything. So I want to know why it was, you need to take a stand, and now it's, don't do anything. Let the hearing, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I am totally in favor of the program. I think that is important. But they need to work out their issues with the CPUC. But I think we need to send the letter saying, because if we don't send that letter, they're going to look at it like, oh, well, the city doesn't care, but we do. We totally support this grant bringing fiber to the island. But it needs to be done the right way. So.
Okay, so if there's no further comments?
Just real quickly, I want to add, I meant to add this earlier, that there's one issue in the draft resolution where the CPUC in the draft resolution, they talk about that there are no direct safety considerations or concerns. We address that in the letter because I believe there are where we sit. We talk about that in the letter that Because of our geographical location, reliable telecommunications infrastructure is essential to public safety, emergency response, healthcare, education, government operations, et cetera. So what I said, we don't disagree, they don't address the needs. That is one thing that I would disagree with because of where we're at. So we do address that in the letter and make that clear, which I think is important.
So is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to let's see, what do we want?
You know, I lost it too.
We discussed the response to the draft resolution on behalf of the City of Avalon. If consensus exists, approved letter to be submitted prior to filing deadline, September 3rd, 2026 at 5 p.m. So I make that motion.
Moved and seconded.
And there's no public comment. If I could just, there's no public comment. I hear a lot of clapping, and so I don't know if there's public comment on this.
We're checking with Matt right now.
Yeah, he said nobody put their hand up.
Nobody in the room.
Nobody has reacted online.
No.
And no
Okay.
public comment in
Thank you.
No, thank you. I'll call for the vote.
All ayes.
Final item, number 7, the city's in this capacity of the following general business. Avalon City Council is acting as the housing authority. 206 East Whitley retaining wall change order number 2, and hopefully final.
Yes, fine. This item considers authorizing a second construction contract change order and increasing the contract sum by $171,318 for a total not to exceed of $1.15853 million. Okay, some background. In developing a plan for a potential second building at 206 East Whitley, geotechnical engineers determined the existing retaining walls at the property's boundaries needed remediation to extend their service life in case the existing building or replacement in case of a new building due to corrosion on the existing tiebacks and age of the concrete. There was, some very tall walls there, especially above the Hermosa Hotel side, that had existing tiebacks that were every 4 feet. They were like number 5 rebar and they were corroded. So the geotechnical engineers at the time was afraid if one of those went, the whole wall would go. So that would not support that second building. In order to ensure the opportunity for the highest and best use for the property, staff proposed remediation of the existing retaining wall and the additionally leveling and backfilling of the adjacent area up above that would widen and recapture areas of the southern portion of East Whitley public right-of-way at the 90-degree curve there as it heads down to Whitley, right in front of the property. The elevation and further frontage improvements of the right-of-way will allow the on-site parking of 9 future housing site units, so it wouldn't be taking up the public right-of-way with that parking for that housing. And then also provide 3 additional public parking spots right there adjacent to the side where Hermosa Hotel was, or is. And while this widening would reduce one informal unmaintained access to the back of the Hermosa Hotel, there was a driveway, a little driveway that went back, and it was in terrible shape, was not maintained. It was a liability to the city. So what we did, we ended up raising everything, and all of that parking wouldn't be just for the Hermosa Hotel and that private driveway, which was in the public right-of-way, but would be available for all of those residents in that corner there and in a safe location. Okay, so that was really the plan that we had. Okay, so initially the project design utilized an MSE wall. This is no different than what we'll be using out in the landfill. And so it's MSE wall is a mechanically stabilized earth wall. And the way that we do those is we built with blocks that interlock along the face, and we kind of batter those on a slope. And then about every other one, we put a piece of geotextile fabric that goes back into the fill. Then we compact the fill on top of that. And we just keep on repeating that so that, that geotextile fabric locked into that face of that wall is what holds and retains that. Very simple system. We thought it was a really good fit for this project. But once we got down into the bottom of the excavation, right at the property line with Hermosa, we found that we didn't have it started at a point where we'd have to be chasing it down into the Hermosa's property. So we went back into a more conventional design. Okay, so Jordal Construction's been working diligently on this project. We did get stalled when we had to redesign, so that's why you've seen a very extended period of time. But we're almost done. However, working on the lower extent of the westerly property to determine the lower retaining wall, like I had said, did not have the structural support for the proposed MSE wall, and so that's why we moved to the other one. We did come in and ask for contract change order 1, and it was my understanding when I was negotiating that there was a cost savings with Jordal of $171,318. And that was not really the case. It was that there was whatever was remaining and this additional initial change order 1 cost. So before, when I presented it, I said there was a reduction on it, and it came down to $270,000 to the contract. And really, it was, and that was additive on top of what was already existing in other contracts. So there was some miscommunication between the contractor and I, but the value was needed to be able to complete the project. And I'll show you that here, just to see that for your own eyes that we are receiving that value, and you see really the extent of this. Okay, so we're at the very bottom of the wall, and there's a rebar footing, this double rebar. And so you can see the guys walking on that. That's 24 inches thick, and it's rebar every 8 inches in a double mat slab, and it's 10 feet wide. And that's so that this can support the fill because of a tall wall, but it also can fill what we look at in engineering is the surcharge load for a building also to be able to put that pressure on that wall. So that's why it has to be something that is almost like a bunker. Okay, you can see it closer in there. You can see the significant amount of work. You can also see to the right there that there's the Hermosa, there's a wall down there where you don't want to depend on that wall, that little retaining wall that was backed by that road. We want to be able to build this wall and have it stand on its own. You also can see behind the worker there, there's another trench that's down there below that, and that's another 2 foot deep, and that's called a key. And that keeps the whole thing from sliding. So this thing is like a T, and with this rebar mat that's 2 foot thick of concrete, and it's locked into the hillside. So it has a very significant safety factor here. We can depend on this to do its job for decades to come. This is after we get that foundation poured, we have a block wall that starts at the bottom of it. You can see, excuse me, I got it the wrong way. Here is the footing. It's poured and ready to receive the block wall. Now we put the block wall in to start it. And then really what also supports this is there was tiebacks that were drilled into the rock back with number 9 rebar, so 1.1 inches. It was drilled back in and put 10 foot back into the rock and then came back into this wall. And you'll see how that's done right here. That's still it. This is the waterproofing before we backfilled. Here's the cages that hold that tie back, and that's placed on top of that that block wall, and now it becomes reinforced concrete, and so that's called a grade beam. You can see here that those cages are now placed, and soon you're going to see the tiebacks connected to them because they're short little stubs in the hillside, and then we extend them. Okay, you can see the tiebacks now coming on an angle. You can see that the wall's ready to pour the reinforced concrete portion with a significant amount of steel. Here we're pumping the concrete. Here is finished product of the tieback wall with the concrete wall, the tiebacks going into the concrete wall, which was built on top of the block wall. Here we backfilled it, and it will have holes for a fence up top. Here you can see this upper wall. That's where the parking and that extension into the right of way. That's what the wall down below we call wall A. The one that we're working on almost finished is wall B, the one that goes 90 degrees approximately to that. Here we're working on wall B now. You can see where in the background the Hermosa Hotel and that taller wall. This whole area here, this taller, that's going to be up at the level of the road. And that's so that parking can pull in. And then when the housing is built, it actually can have decks, second story decks overhanging the parking. So you're not losing that space for square footage there. You know, it's just tucked in nicely, would have a walkway there, have all the parking in front for all the units there, and it would be outside. So one of the other benefits in the public right of way here is now we've moved that parking, which was on the road, off the road. Now we have a delivery zone. We have emergency access zone right in front of this property. And it's always been problematic when you try to turn that corner and somebody has to deliver or whatever, you know, or the emergency services going down the stairs, that they'll have some place to be in that where the parking was now and be right there. So the full road will be open to pass all that. Okay. So improvements to the safety of the road and additional parking for those area for the residents in that area. Okay, so what I wanted to show you that for is the value, you know, that you're saying are really, and if we're issuing a change order of this size, are we really truly getting the value? We think we are, okay, and that's why we're presenting this to you. We think that Jordahl Construction has given us a fair price, has diligently done the work. We just want to be able to close out and complete the project. So that's what's in front of you. Any questions?
I just kind of have overall questions. So, do we know for sure that another 5 units are actually going to be put on that property?
I can't say we know for sure that. Our goal is to maximize the value of it.
Because then I'm thinking, we've already got 4 units there. So basically, the 4 units are paid for. This is $1 million, so that's about $110,000 we would put into those 9 units, right? I mean, you split that $1 million over the 9 units. And then we build 5 units for whatever, and now we're guaranteed we're going to get housing. Because I also, so this isn't so much a question for you, I guess, as with the city manager. So we paid for that with low-income money or whatever.
Right.
So there's really, if we do a swap, there's really no money change. How do we put that money back into what would be low income? If we're building workforce housing, how does that work?
Well, those are two different things of what we're trying to do back here.
Right,
I'm sorry, on
that's
Tremont.
workforce, that's
Okay,
different.
that's not using, we're not proposing to do that project with housing money. That's why we're pursuing other funding with that. So 206 East Whitley, as you know, was purchased with housing funds. So that property and that housing would have to be designated for what those funds were designated. If we go a different direction with that property, whatever proportionate share, say $3 million of value goes into another project, and that's 25% of the new project, and 25% of the new project's housing would have to be low income. So we would keep track of that. But right now, the goal was to maximize that 206 site for the most housing we could get up there.
So do we have any idea? Okay, we bought it for 2.8, 2.3 or whatever way back in the day.
2008?
That was a long time ago.
Was it about 2008 when?
Yep.
Well, okay, so that was about 2.8 we spent, or 2.3 million or something. So what is the value of that property, especially with all of the, because the improvements, that $1 million really is worth more than $1 million.
Yeah, we have an appraisal of that property, and we can make that available to
Yeah,
council.
I'm just kind of curious.
we do
to
have.
see.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can get that to you.
Okay.
But my comment on it is like, we've had this property since 2008. And we still really haven't built anything on it. So
Right.
it would be nice to do something. So,
Yep.
Oh, I know.
and
My comment is, why does it take so long to get these projects? You write diligently a couple times, and that means to go fast, get it done, 3 years. And we're still pouring cement and getting change orders.
So, like I expressed, I think a previous council meeting, we have limited resources with our contractors, and we try to keep as much as possible when we do bid these, that these are local resources actually bidding it, but they go out to a public bid. And sometimes it's, on this one, it was actually because of the extra engineering, that kind of stalled things, and then it got everything kind of out of the flow of, the contractor that was working with the personnel on there, and then we brought them over to Five Corners. And having those limited resources kind of got the flow going. Could have happened better. We're almost at the very end of it now. There is a very good value to this site. I mean, it has new utilities that we put in, has new frontage improvements. It has the ability, to support the 9 units there. So for the community, I mean, there's very few properties that could do what this property could do in this community.
When's Five Corners going to be done?
So I plan on giving council an update on this next meeting. Okay. And so you'll see a full slide deck, but the short answer that I can offer today is that we're planning on paving in October. When you see paving going out there, we're getting near completion. Okay.
I'm just getting worried. We got so many capital improvement projects. Every time you turn around, you're moving over here, you're moving over there. Nothing is getting done.
We're working
goal is
on
to
it,
finish
I
it
tell you.
for sure. Yeah, no doubt
Yeah,
about
and
it. We understand.
yeah, we can give very detailed reports on where we're at on each one of them.
I'd love to
And-
see that. Every report, how much you've spent, that'd be great. I'd love to see that.
Okay, we can work on that. Okay, we'd love to do that.
But we do have
That's
the
what-
other items still kind of pending here. We haven't voted on that, have we?
I'll make a motion to authorize city manager or his designee to execute the second amendment to the construction contract between the city of Avalon and George All Construction, Inc., incorporating change order number 2, and increasing the contract sum by $171,318 for a total not to exceed an amount of $1,158,573 to amend the fiscal year 26-27 budget by allocating an additional $100,000 to the capital improvement project.
How do I speak?
205015.
Do you want to speak on this item, Mary?
Fund
Yes.
Excuse me.
15325-6547.
We will.
Okay, before we have the motion voted on, we have a member of the public that would like to speak on this item.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Hi, Mary Schickling, 139 Whitley. I know this is a new system and it was brought about by the Brown Act, but just to let you know, there's a ton of glitches. But I did have a question regarding Bob's last statement. What does he mean by there's very few properties on this island that can do what this one can do? What do you mean by that?
He's coming to the podium.
Okay.
So, as you develop a property, I mean, you're looking to have it ready to go. Are the utilities there? Yes, we put in brand new solar. We put in, we upgraded the potable water connection. We've addressed the gas lines there. We addressed the electric. We have taken what it was, a substandard retaining wall, and now made it have the ability to support an additional building. So all of that was calculated in the loads. So like when I say a surcharge, that it could support a building. So there's not many available pieces of property that could add up to 9 units and provide 9 units.
And that have all
Okay.
of that.
Yeah, have all the utilities and all the infrastructure and all the parking. So all of those things that planning commission would be asking and looking for to be addressed, we've already taken that on and addressed that as we put together the project.
Okay. Okay, I got you there. But a couple of council meetings ago, when you said that we don't have the funding for the quote unquote civic center housing behind the complex there. And this one is costing way more than the civic center housing. And I know that Dave, you just said that we're not using housing funds because this project was first purchased with housing funds, and 25% of it has to be low income. So why can't 25% of the Civic Center, which would provide way more housing than this property would, and get that project going, because this one's been sitting there since 2008.
I would just say that I said we are using housing funds for the 206 East Whitley project. We did not anticipate using housing funds for the Civic Center housing directly behind City Hall because we didn't want to encumber that property with the restrictions that the housing funds have. If we can do that, one of the options obviously would be, if we make the determination from a funding standpoint, we have additional housing funds, we could do that. We could include that in those 26 units and proportionally have 6 or 8 or 4 of them, however that works out, designated for that. That is an option. We're trying to explore and see where we go with, Congressman Garcia's earmark, if that comes to fruition of where we're at, if we can build that project without it. So that's what we're evaluating on the Civic Center side.
Okay, well, we have an excruciating need for housing. And the whole time that the 4 years that I was there, I was under the impression that we had funds secured for the Civic Center project. And I don't know where the funds went.
Well, they didn't go anywhere. We still have funds left over because of the 44 unit. If we can acquire land for our secondary phase of housing, we would like to use those housing funds in the larger unit. So we do still have, I believe, $3.5 million in housing funds left.
Yeah, it was, and I think some of the issue with the housing is we are building a lot of big projects. Like Councilmember Lopez had said, we have a lot of projects. We have a lot of cash flow going out. We want to get to the point where we've got the mole underway. Once we get a definite value on a project as big as the mole, which is coming up, within the next 6 months, we're going to know exactly what that construction value is. We're working on it right now. Then we can have a better sense of the cash flow that would be needed to build the housing projects.
Okay, thank you for your time.
We also have another public speaker. Go ahead, Susanna.
Hi, my name is Susanna Gutierrez, 139 Whitley. I just wanted to follow up on what you guys were discussing. I appreciate you mentioning the remaining balance of the Affordable Housing Fund. From my understanding, it looks like we've spent a little over $1 million and we have $3 million left for the 206 East Whitley property. And I was just curious if there was a cost estimate for renovating the existing structure and if there is an estimated start date for renovating those buildings, or if that's still if that's pending conversation or pending, completion of the site improvement.
Yeah, I would say the restoration existing is still pending.
Yes.
We don't.
Okay, thank you.
Are you saying restoration of the 4 units?
Yeah, the existing building and additional.
When we entered into this, we had the plans for the renovation of the existing building, and then we had a tentative plan that we would have brought to Planning Commission for an additional 5 units.
Okay. Continue.
The motion, right?
I made the motion
Yeah.
already, yeah.
So I'll second.
Move the second. Call for the vote.
Four ayes, one no. Councilmember Lopez.
All right, no further. Anything? Meeting adjourned.
All you here, Senator.